All right, today we are picking up from where we left off yesterday. So continuing on with the Raising Funds for World Domination series. So for the last week or so, I've been streaming every day and inviting donations or super chats to vote for what I work on next. So I'm kind of in between stuff. And water, loo. So I'm some of the options that I can work on next are long form. I could do more IRL live streaming and so forth. So I have a list here. So if you have an opinion on what specific stuff you'd like to see, let me know. And in the meantime, for the streams, I've been doing a bit of work on the block mining simulation game. So I think yesterday I left off with, I was doing a bit of concurrency. I was thinking about how to solve a concurrency problem in related to how the frames were updating. And yes, I was looking around in this class to try and figure out how to add some synchronization to make the threads, the different frames update properly. And I actually I committed and pushed some of the work I did over the past couple of days to the repo this morning, and I thought a bit. I did a little bit more factoring work, and I decided that it makes some more sense to do. There's a bit of other work that I should do first. And that work is, I really should make the frames a bit more generic and like dynamic. Because right now I have these very haphazard, like hard-coded statements to just add frames and do all these null pointer checks and stuff. So I started making a bit more generic, so it can actually I might as well demo this. So it's generic enough that it can actually run multiple frames. It can run multiple map area frames, but it's not quite okay. There's no garbage collection. So if I remove a thread, it doesn't clean it up or anything. And we already got 4 likes. Nice. I was hoping that I figured a way to make this compile process faster with the IntelliJ, but I guess that never happened. Yeah, so this is what it looks like with multiple map areas. So I can actually move around. It's kind of nonsensical now because it only stores one player area. And then I can do tab to go down to the other map area. Oh, it's not working. Why is it not working? Huh. Interesting. Oh, interesting. That might be a bug to solve. maybe too basic, off topic, but why Vim versus JetBrains? I used to use Vim, but found JetBrains did refactoring, debugging, linting, etc. So JetBrains. I don't. So the last time I used an IDE was Eclipse, but recently I've been figuring out how to use IntelliJ. So I've been kind of switching back and forth between them. I guess it's more comfortable for me to write the code in Vim. PyCharm, Clan. Yeah, the IDE I've decided to learn for Java is IntelliJ. But it's only been like last couple of weeks or so I've really been digging into it. But yeah, for the most part, and actually for this specific test I want to do, IntelliJ is JetBrains. Okay. Was it called JetBrains and then they renamed it to IntelliJ? I can't keep up with all this stuff. And of course, people are probably going to recommend NeoVim. I still haven't. I forgot to check out NeoVim today. That's interesting. This one looks like it froze. I tested this earlier today, and it was working with both windows. Interestingly. Oh, interesting. There we go. It was stuck. Must be. It's probably something to do with unloaded chunks. So now if I mine in one of them, it's showing up in both, which is what's supposed to happen. But anyway, this is mostly just like a visual thing I'm verifying now. Just to verify that it doesn't like crash if you try to add two of the same type of frame. So that works. That's the company. They make many products. Let's see. So if I go help about. Okay, JetBrains is the company. IntelliJ is the product. Got it. Any fun bugs in the game? I guess there's that kind of one weird looking output that I just showed with when there's two different map frames. Although that's not really a supported case. I'm just kind of testing the UI today. So the next thing I'm going to think about is how to actually, what I want is a more dynamic way of adding frames. Well, that's the wrong class. Yeah, so right now I just have some like hard-coded stuff to set up and add the user interface. But what I'd like to have, I'd like this to be kind of like dynamic in code. So at runtime, so it'll start up. And there's like some dynamic support for adding and removing frames at runtime. So the first thing I did was make it so that there could be a 0 or more of either the map area or the inventory. And the next thing will be to think about I'm thinking of actually having these frame classes maybe live inside of that other class, the console writer thread state class. But to do that, I'm going to need a way to communicate between this class and that class. Because when certain things update, for example, when there's updates to the memory model, the map area needs to know to update what's printed on the map. Day 10. Rocks have fallen. Not sure what to make of that, Stephen. Rocks will reform. I also don't know what to make of that statement. All right. Day 1, so many days ago. So ideally, I'm thinking about like basically all this code I'd like to move that into the console writer thread state class. But there's a couple things I have to migrate before that happens. And I think I just have to make it so that messages pass to the map area, that I have a way to pass those messages on. Getting the funds now because Mark Zuck and Elon has a head start. Yeah, I've got a lot of catching up to do. Pretty soon I'll start my own Doge team, start auditing the government. Maybe I can do Canadian Doge. May the 4th be with you. One time I heard Elon Musk say he took a problem to one of his team's engineers. I guess I don't understand the significance of that statement. One time I heard Elon Musk say he took a problem to one of his teams of, I assume he does have lots of teams of engineers. The Canadian tech empire. There's not much of a Canadian tech empire. I thought there was more, but having multiple teams of engineers is the dream. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you have lots of money, you can make that happen. These billionaires love bunkers. And once I get the financing for it, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a bunker that's so secure that no one can ever run evict me from my bunker. And they'll have teams of engineers. This is my favorite YouTube live stream. I noticed on the on the last one, I think for basically all of them, I'm talking a bit too quiet, so I turned down my headphone volume, so hopefully my voice will be a bit louder in this one. Watching a movie right now. Hope you're well. Thank you for the heart emoji and the kind words. managed to roll my ankle pretty bad the other day. That's always the best, rolling your ankle. I haven't done that in quite a while. Actually, I did that a couple years ago, and my leg was sore for a few weeks. Talk to you later. Letter V. So I'm gonna have to make one message for the map area. Hello Robert, I've been following you since your loser video. I really enjoy your videos, especially the one you talked about foreign people in your country. Thanks so much for good enlightenment. Yes, hopefully that video leads to some better outcomes for everybody. You should do a set of live streams where you have half the broadcast bitrate for every live stream until people notice. I could. I think the entertainment factor of that would be limited. Let's see, player inventory change work item. Live streaming at 56 kilobytes a second until people notice. But if it's in the title though, everyone will know right away. You're giving it away. I have kind of a dilemma in this thing that I want to use. I want to have type control over these messages. I want them to be typed so like I don't mix up message types per threads, but then I also have cases where I kind of do want them to be used by processed by different threads. smoking X cigarettes, and you just double it every time. I was actually kind of thinking, like just as a joke, of like I had some ideas where I'm like, I could smoke a cigarette in this for, like just for, to have like a cinematic scene in it or something. But there's, I think that cigarette smoking is like one of those things that gets like flagged as it can be flagged as mature content. There's a guy who that's his whole like YouTube channel. He smokes cigarettes, goes to the park and smokes cigarettes and stuff. And he posted a video where I think he talked about like how YouTube demonetized a bunch of his videos or something. So that's the 1984 censorship reality that we live in. You can't even smoke legal cigarettes. Because I mean, like technically I probably could do it in one video, but the question is like, why would I do something that might get me demonetized unless it's like gonna pay me a lot, or like super important. In Broke Loser video, you mentioned you mostly work with Canadian clients. Have you worked with a lot of American clients, and do you notice any big difference between them? So when I was on my co-ops, so one of those clients who had like the sales guy who had like a ton of ideas that didn't go anywhere. That guy was down in America. Actually, there's actually quite a few leads. There's even more leads that I entertained that I didn't even talk about in that video. So I did actually pursue quite a few, well, at least a handful of leads that were in the U.S. And I would say it's pretty much the same, like the kind of the Silicon Valley mania has kind of affected up here. Actually, I would say it's kind of worse up here because I honestly, I've not been out in the networking scene in the last few years, but like when I was first doing this in like 2015 or so, I think Waterloo was trying to shape itself up to be like a Canadian clone of the Silicon Valley Miracle. So a lot of the like networking events around technology, and there were some investors were investing up here and stuff. And I also went in, when I was down in California, I did go to some like networking events for entrepreneurs and stuff. And there was that kind of like feeling of excitement of like, oh, we're gonna make these companies, and well, I guess that show Silicon Valley. I've seen clips of it. I think perfectly does a perfect job of capturing the kind of atmosphere of those places. But I think the Canadian variant of that was like they had the same mentality and was trying to be the same thing, but the funding and like the size and the talent pool and stuff like that did not exist quite as much. So I think that's why it was kind of more difficult up here, because we didn't quite have the like the DNA, the capital, the venture capitalists, all the money that funds this stuff is down in the U.S. And I think that's also I think venture capital for these like high risk, high growth SaaS startups is really dried up. Should become a mosquito farmer? I don't know about that. That doesn't sound like a very good idea to me. You can make a new country out of cities that call themselves next Silicon Valley. Yeah, I think it's funny how we called ourselves the Silicon Valley of the North for so long. Peter Thiel has this phrase, which I had kind of like articulated the exact same thing in my own mind before I even heard him say it. He said the something of somewhere is the nothing of nowhere, and like we're the Silicon Valley of the North, as if we're this kind of like a wannabe, the younger brother of Silicon Valley trying to like follow in their footsteps or something. I think if we're gonna develop some like exciting new economic region, it's gonna have to come organically. It's gonna be something else that that's unique about this place. But of course, after the pandemic, everything is kind of reshaped. There was a period where it seemed like some of the tech stuff was coming back, but I don't know. I haven't even looked at like meetups in the area, because every time I go to one, every time I think about going to one, I'm like, I could do like YouTube content, which gets millions of views, or I could go to a networking event where I'll meet like 5 people. Trying to copy someone else's success rarely gets you long-term success. Yeah, exactly. There was a period where it kind of seemed like it was picking up, but I mean, there are a few successful stories here, but a lot of them are like the few kind of giants and venture capital funded ones. Shopify is, I think they're one of the rare success cases. Well, they are a success case. I don't know too much about their early days and how much it's an organic small time business or whether it's like a trust fund kid who started it or something. I have no idea. Okay, this will be kind of repetitive, but didn't know Shopify started in Canada. I think they started here. I know they were here at least like years ago. Their headquarters is not too far. Well, I don't know, 5 kilometers from here or so. We all know how easy it is to make a CPU, but how easy is it to make a GPU? I think it's pretty similar. I'd assume the lithography process is like, it's there's probably not even a distinction made, but in terms of all the like the electrical engineering design work and the layouts and stuff, I guess it'd be different. Okay, that's one of these. So we need a map area, update map area flags work item. do you think of pre-nuclear iron needing to be salvaged from shipwrecks for use in medical equipment? I think that's an interesting. You're talking about low background steel. I guess it's unfortunate, but I guess it makes sense for economic reasons. Otherwise, you'd have to like isotopically purify it, which would be probably expensive. Update map area flags. That's the last one. Right, I think that's the classes that I need. Are you familiar with the story of Xerox Alto, the first computer with GUI, mouse, and multi-threading? And then Steve Jobs went there and like stole it. It was just like, hey, how do you do that thing? Rahul says, good evening. How's it going? All right, let's see if there's 5,000 compile errors. All right, errors. No, did this? Project errors, no errors. Huh. What gives? Will this find the error? I guess maybe I need the file open. Plan 9 is super interesting. Would love to visit a world where it was more popular than Linux. I remember like reading a lot about it back in the day. I kind of forgotten. It's like the original vision for Unix or something, wasn't it? Interesting what if for sure. If Xerox got exclusive access to GUIs and the like for 20 years, I don't think Apple and MS could have completed it all. Maybe things would have been a lot worse. Xerox copiers aren't exactly the best. Yeah, it's kind of amazing how simple things back then had such a significant impact on the course of history. I mean, like a lot of the stuff I touch on in my core utils videos are like because of some random design decision someone made like a while ago. Or actually I had my video on. I did a live stream where I talked about that. I reviewed like I had some weird bug that was happening with actually it was in developing this thing for trying to like find the width of characters, and it had some testing code to measure the width of characters, and it would get stuck and block on a certain code point, and it was because it was outputting there's like the regular Unicode code point for sixels, but then there's also like a mirror of these other ones, and I couldn't find much documentation on them, and I found it's if you go back to like an earlier like 1960s version of like the old character sets, there was basically like between like I think it had to do with like lowercase letters. If you go from lowercase letters to uppercase, you can flip one bit and you can make any character uppercase. So if you want to like case normalize it, you can just toggle one of the bits. And because of that, there was like in this character set, for symmetry, I guess they carry these analog code points, but they also did it for these like sixel code points. So it basically made these like duplicate code points that no one uses, that basically you're supposed to do the same thing if you even support them. So it just makes everything like 1,000 times more complicated, and it has to do with, super a bunch of irrelevant design decisions from like 40 years ago. Plan 9 is built from the ground up with file system with IPC in mind. I haven't studied it enough to know about it. With AI taking over tech, do you still recommend people to get into software engineering? It's hard to argue that the number of available jobs has gone down lately. That's a hard one, because I mean, in some way, it's kind of a serious question, because if you tell someone to go down this path, then you could waste your whole life, invest years into the career path, and it's hard to say. I think that what is going to happen is like anyone. There's going to be a certain like software engineering still is going to exist, but the people who are going to continue to thrive at it, make a lot of money. Like, think about who is going to be actually writing the AI, like the new who's going to work at OpenAI and Google and all these places that are going to actually build the AI that's going to replace everything and like fine tune it and so forth. Someone's going to have to do that, so it's going to be you take the existing set of software engineers, whoever's the most like motivated and talented, like the top, whether it's a top 90%, top 30%, top 10%. Those people are going to thrive and do better and probably even make more money. And then the people who are like people who just went into it to make a lot of money, hopefully, to like do a boot camp course and then hopefully get a job at Google, like if that was their intention, those people are going to get really wiped out. So yeah, I think it's just going to become way more competitive. We'll probably have there's probably a lot of people getting burnt out on it now, and so I'm sure that like there's going to be way less enrollment. I think actually I think there was I was reading the other day that at Waterloo there was a record number of people who went into software engineering, enrolled in the program, and that class is graduating like right now, and they're it's like so that was when we had like record salaries, record job shortage, so that prompted everyone to go into it, and now we have the record oversupply. And so those people there's probably going to be lots of sad stories of those people graduating, not getting jobs. Those people are going to say like, this is terrible. That information is going to cycle back. So enrollment is probably going to drop a lot. So if you take like another 4 years in the future, we're going to have like a record decrease in the number of new engineers. And by that time, so like, it's hard to say. It's possible that maybe enrolling now when things are worse, when things look like it's going to be the worst, if you graduate in 4 years, maybe it'll be great. Or maybe it'll take like 10 years to normalize. Maybe it's going to get worse for like 3 or 4 more years. So it's hard to say. I have a feeling that things are changing in like multiple ways at the same time. Like it's not just about certain careers going up and down. Like the way interviewing happens. Like I've started to see people say like that. Like when they're interviewing people, what they want is they'll just find someone with a YouTube channel, like someone with a small YouTube channel, and their YouTube channel is their resume. So that might even be like, I mean, I think it's not realistic to suggest everyone should become a YouTuber or something, but I think if you even if you have like 5 subscribers or something, if you have like a couple good put together videos that actually illustrate like how you speak and articulate yourself and stuff like that, people are so used to consuming video that might, like YouTube videos might be the new resume or something, and they kind of like, I don't know, the very hybrid, like the way we work now is very different. People are online more. The fact that AI is intruding into everything, I don't really know how things are going to go. But I think we should kill the narrative of going to a boot camp and coming up with a six-figure job. It's still possible to get software dev jobs. You just have to work much harder at it. Yeah, it's I'd say like probably the phrase like working harder is maybe not even the best approach. I think people are a bit too accustomed to the idea that you have to like suffer and you have to like grind and things have to be terrible in order for them to be worthwhile. But I think this may be the age where, like, if you're just super clever or like maybe you have the networking skills or something. I mean, getting a job is tedious enough now. It almost seems like maybe the right way to do it is just like physically go to the company. Like if you just think outside the box, do something that no one else is doing, go to the company and just like stand outside the doorway. And then like when someone, just start chatting with the employees or something, be like, hey, the job market sucks and I applied to 1 billion jobs on LinkedIn. Would you like to, give me some feedback on my resume, or ask them what for, or like, that's probably, and people don't want to do that. But if you sort of start a conversation about like a framework or something. Never tried the just show up approach before. Yeah, that may not work. It depends on the if you go to Google and do that, then they probably like call security or something. But like if you could just figure like if you could go to a Starbucks where the employees are, and then just like go there, once a week or something, buy a coffee, and if you see someone who's like, everyone has the hoodie of the company or something, just be like, oh, hey, do you work at so-and-so? And then, if it's a prestigious company, they'll be like, oh yeah, I totally work there. And then be like, oh, cool, what's it like to work there? And then just like chat with them a bit. And then you can like learn about the company, and if you make a good impression, like they might just be a low-level employee or something, but if you could do that, build some rapport, chat with them a little while, and then be like, hey, I'm actually looking for a job right now. It would mean a lot to me if you could pass my resume to so-and-so. If you talk to someone in a coffee shop for 5 minutes, that would probably put you way ahead of everyone else. That's kind of out there. I've never tried that, but that seems like there's probably a category of approach that would work like that. Not like, because very few people are doing that. They just go like spamming on LinkedIn. Okay, I forgot what I was doing. Referrals are huge. Companies actually hate the interview grind almost as much as we do. They'd rather have one of their better employees recommend someone skill. Yeah, that's why I say like, and especially with the way AI is going, like if you meet them at a cafe and like you verify that you're actually human, I think that in today's day and age, that actually goes a long way. Because I would say like from when I posted a small like graphic design position, and I get like 200 applications, and like half of them don't even respond when I respond back to them. Like half of them are like totally unrelated, unqualified. So like when you get an application, the probability that that person actually intends to even work there or respond is actually quite low. So that's a consideration too. actually just met someone who owns a solar company. I'm at a storage yard, and he went up to ask if to use my electrical system. He needed to pump water out of a boat. Interesting. Maybe you can get a job at a solar company. Hi, Robert. I'm in a similar situation to the one you were in. I have a corporate job interview today. Worked freelance for 7 years. Corpo is raising the hair on the back of my neck. Can't sleep. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm done with corporate. It'll be a success doing what I'm doing or living in a cabin in the woods. What are you working on, man? Keep up. Hard work. I'm working on my block mining simulation game. So it is a... how do I go back to my README? There we go. It's a terminal-based game where you can simulate the process of mining blocks. So right now I'm making some changes to the how events are passed around. And how events are passed to the different frames in the UI, trying to make some UI improvements. Currently chipping spray paint off a vehicle. Nice. This is my favorite channel. Would you consider working at a less corporate style company in the future? Are you locked into doing your own thing? I'm pretty locked in. I have escaped the matrix and I'm not going back. I plan to work there a month or so to grab the paycheck and run. Restart my freelance work on healthier, better foundations. I feel fear maybe holds us back more than skills. What do you think? Fear holds us back more than skills. I think that can be true. I think the ultimate thing is that really holds you back is just like getting the work available. So much time is wasted, like just getting like if the whole process was simpler, if there's just like a kiosk you could go to where there was like some Oracle or a computer that just said, hey, write this software, and there was like specifications and then money just came out of it like an ATM. That would be kind of the ideal software engineering, but that's not how it works. There's like a month of interviews and lead code, and like there's so much of getting paid to write software has nothing to do with even software. It's just nonsense. Why do you use such a small window for your IDE? I feel like it's so hard to read like that. I guess so this window here is in order to have the chat and everything and all the information on the screen, I have to have like something. I have to have it squeezed in. It's not too bad here. Like what I'm looking at, it's a bit bigger, but it is kind of it's like a squeezed down square resolution. I have I guess you can probably see some aliasing on the stream. I have this is just like an old spare laptop. So this is, if I was coding on my own, this is not what I'd be using, but in order to actually stream it, I'm using what I have available. Guessing he's got a full screen, and what we were seeing is OBS output. Yeah, actually, so there's what I have in front of me. I have a laptop with, it's actually like a square resolution. It is kind of small, but over on the other side, so on my right, I have a mirrored display that is actually it's actually not even connected to this computer. It's showing me like literally what you guys see on the stream. So there's actually three monitors here. There's what I'm working on. There's the computer that's streaming, and then there's the mirrored display from the computer that's streaming, or the OBS preview. Thanks, Robert. Wish you all the best. Yeah, you said you also said work there a month or two. That's not a lot of time. Are you sure that'll be enough savings? I think like 6 months or something. Like it's so much work to get the job. It kind of makes sense to stay maybe a few more months than that, just to get some cash. Because you don't want to end up running out of money just immediately again. Okay, this compiles. That's good. See if we can do both. Dipping after a couple of months will almost certainly burn purchase you don't want to. Yeah, no, I would say the other thing is, I guess I have no idea how long have you been doing freelancing before this? Because I think it's quite possible you may, if you only do a month or two, that's not I guess depends on your living expenses and where you live and salaries and stuff, but I wouldn't think a paycheck or two would go very far. Okay, this will be kind of a moment of truth if this actually works. So we're going to delete these from this class. And then all of these things. Luckily, I have pretty low living cost. Basically, after my regular clients moved on, I have been struggling to find new ones. I'm starting to see where I went wrong, looking in the wrong place. So now I'm buying time to start looking in the right place. Worried Corpo will eat my life force, though. Yeah, I guess if you got it figured out, but I think like for the amount of work it takes to get a job now, to only stay there for a month is probably quite short. But I'm trying to shift out of software into hardware, but it feels impossible. Probably not worth it, unfortunately, especially with most hardware companies being primarily French, where I'm located. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know, like, in my opinion of like engineering innovation, I think there actually is a lot more innovation to be done in hardware than in software now. Because a lot of stuff we like invented it in like the 1960s, and we had like designs that were good enough in the 1960s, and so we just like keep using them, and then we never forgot to. And a lot of the expertise of like hardware engineering, of like the physics and analog stuff, that knowledge has kind of like died. So now we're starting to like reinvent solutions that are worse in hardware. I'm thinking like just the design of like simple electronic circuits and stuff. I mean, a perfect example is there's a bunch of channels that do like teardowns of cheap electronics from China, where in China what they'll do is they'll try to save costs by like saying, we can make this cheaper, we can make this thing cheaper if we manufacture it without these like filter capacitors, and so they'll remove capacitors, but sometimes they like end up breaking it or making it unsafe or bad, and like just knowing how something about how the stuff works would allow you to do that much more successfully. And probably with the AI push, there's going to be a lot more room for like designing chips and all kinds of support systems. Also robotics. I think there's a lot of innovation to be done in robotics. I had no idea how I think I have a video on I think I called it motors for web developers. That might be an interesting video if you're going from software to hardware. I personally want to work in marketing. Very low level position. So I enjoy learning this kind of stuff in my free time. I personally work in marketing. Yeah, I think it's the best position to be in is if you're a bit interdisciplinary. So if you know a bit about the marketing stuff, and then if you're like also actually there's big money if you can like learn enough HTML and JavaScript to learn how to do stuff like setting up like Google Tag Manager, and like how to add a basic function, a JavaScript function that just calls like an event, that fires an event, or the kind of stuff you need to do. Because most marketing people don't know anything about coding, but if you know the basics of how to write JavaScript and how to trigger the like conversion events and stuff, I think there's some big money in that stuff. I'd love to hear how AI impacts hardware design and development. I think for some of the AI stuff, I'm sure there's a lot of development of like custom ASICs and stuff for just to like squeeze as much, because a lot of these to train one of those large language models, if I'm not mistaken, it's like several $100 million to train it at one time. So I'm sure that like when you order to build these data centers, you handpick the computers, the chips, the networking, the everything, and you put in an order for like $100 million worth of hardware. It's probably worth it to pay an extra $1 million to get someone to like design or tweak some custom ASIC, or have some weird like custom hardware thing that only is made for you, or to like network the nodes a little bit faster or something. Look into all the stuff that NVIDIA is doing with their all the data centers they're building and stuff. Like they had think so, some of their newest like GPU models are basically like the size of an entire server rack or something. I think there's lots of money going into that. It's not clear to me if it's like profitable for them to do this yet. I think that remains to be seen. But until they answer that question, they're probably going to be throwing a lot of money at it. I'm also in marketing, specifically, as Robert says, interdisciplinary. Yeah, like if you're like the one, if you're on a team of marketing people and you're like the one person that knows some JavaScript, everyone will constantly be asking you for like, how do I do this, JavaScript event thing? And then because you know how to do it, even though you basically know nothing, basic hello world, you seem like the smartest person on the marketing team because you're the go-to person for all that stuff. And marketing stuff, directly and quantifiably makes money. So there's like, I'm sure if you do a Google search for like a consultant who helps you set up UTM tags and some person to manage your Google Tag Manager, there's probably a bunch of people like that charge lots of money. I was offered a tech support role, so they don't have to call Geek Squad every time we have a problem in the office. Yep. All right, what am I thinking now? Oh yeah, I just copied this. Okay, so we're about to see. Save that. Let me think. Let's see what this will do. This will be amazing if this just works. Nope. Oh, I think that's because I forgot to copy some stuff. I'm looking for a job in Ontario, any kind, but can't even find a job at McDonald's. That's rough. What's your expertise in? Thanks for the encouragement. I'm the wizard guy. I've been selling myself short, thinking that's the exception and the norm. Yeah, it's How long have you been doing the freelancing thing? Look into call centers if you've not already. Then one step above retail positions, like that in some cases. I just fully switched to Linux Mint. Pretty cool so far. Yeah, I've yet to try Linux Mint, but I hear a lot of good things about it. ITL, electronic equipment tech, with 3 years experience, have a computer science diploma. Yeah, the IT world is pretty saturated at the moment. I guess I don't have any specific insights for I guess other than what's been suggested in the chat. Hello, what are you doing? I am currently working on building a terminal-based block mining simulation game that looks like this. It's a game that you play in the terminal where you simulate the process. You walk around and press the M key, and you simulate the process of mining blocks inside of an infinite, procedurally generated universe. Would you ever consider living in a van or RV? Me personally, I'd probably try to avoid that. It wouldn't be bad as like for a vacation thing, for like a road trip or something. But I was dual booting with Windows 11 for a year and a half, but now finally switched over. Yeah, I don't know if I've been in my streams before, but I always tell people that I don't recommend dual booting with Windows because Windows has a habit of destroying your boot partition. Proper update on your keyboard meandering, if I'm using that word right. Update. Keyboard meandering. I'm not sure what you're referring to by that. 7 years freelancing, mostly self-taught. Oh yeah, I think you said 7 years. Client, what's X? Figure out how by yourself. Well, I guess you've got enough experience at it. You know what to expect. Will you put this game on itch? What do you plan to do with it? So the source code is you can see the source code. It's not open source. You have to pay me at least $1 in order to legally play the game. But I'll probably at this point I have no plans to put it on itch or Steam or any of that kind of stuff. Finding any sort of sustainable employment is hard. Yeah, I mean, at least from the chat, I seem to be getting the impression that the job market is really, really bad right now. But then again, I also kind of wonder, there's kind of like a selection bias, because anyone who had an easy time finding employment will definitely not be on YouTube watching live streams. So it might be just like, if people don't get a job, they're like, what do I do? And then they come on YouTube and looking for YouTube videos about top 10 ways to get a job. Oh yeah, that's why. Every chatter is exhibiting unemployed behavior. Well, if you're unemployed, you can't help it. But I guess one of the natural consequences, though, of mass unemployment will be that the average behavior of the average unemployed behavior will improve because so many people are out of work. Never had a job, but in the event I do, it would certainly be blue collar. Hopefully something with good benefits. If you're in the US looking at becoming an electrician, there's a nationwide shortage. Their union is badass. First, I need my driver's license and vehicle because they require driving. That's easy enough. Getting a license isn't too much work. But of course, then now you got to get a car and pay insurance and. I guess that's the last thing I'll need to signal. I hear mud crab farming is a good venture. If you got decent capital. Interesting. Unions require you to have a driver's license so you can drive to wherever your job site is. Drive company trucks. All high blue collar jobs are very valuable, like electrician, plumber, etc. Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about like there's always like the grass is greener though phenomena. And I've noticed that recently, like all the media, like it used to be, the media was like, oh wow, jobs in tech are amazing. Everyone should become a software engineer, and I think they repeat that, like not even knowing if it's true, even though that definitely was true at the time. But now I hear a lot of things like, oh, that was yesterday. Now all these tech people are getting blue collar jobs because skilled trades are all the plumbers, electricians. That's what's in demand. So I feel like there's going to be a bunch of people who will rush for that, and then what if that changes in like 2 years or something? What if it's oversaturated in another way? I think there's also like you mentioned there about unions. I think like the original unions back like 100 years ago were like, I think, a bit more on the side of workers, but nowadays I think unions are almost like another, like a controlled opposition to if I think in general unions don't do a great job of actually representing the interest of workers. Getting a license is definitely the hardest part for me. Need my doctor and TMB to sign off before I can even start. Been over 30 months. Becoming an electrician or plumber isn't easy. You need formal education. You could easily go into debt. Yeah, I'm actually not even sure what the scope of what you need to learn to become one is. Oh, that's the last thing to fix. This might compile. Oh, wow. It works. Maybe. Nice. Let's run that in the terminal. I think plumber is a great road. I'm thinking about electrician plus electronics engineer. Somebody test and see if you can get hired with vibe coder on resume. Probably not for electrician though. I'd like to see someone try using AI in their new plumbing job. I like the ASCII terminal name games. Glad to see more people making them. Yeah, this I chose this path because I thought well, it is simpler to build a terminal interface than a graphical interface. But although I've tried to kind of push the limits of what you can do with this, so. I've spent a disproportionate amount of time on this very basic UI, but it's coming along. So we can select some frames. You can't create the GUI using ASCII. This is the GUI. It's although it's terminal. I mean, this you kind of get a. It's coming along. I'm working on kind of refactoring how the UI works. So I can actually do like a frame-based stuff. So I can actually move around and I guess there's nothing in this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's actually starting to look a little bit cool. This is kind of just like nonsense. I have like multiple maps and multiple inventories, but I'm just trying to make the frame system generic so that I can eventually I need to need to fix some bugs. You know how things are printed. Like for example, that's not supposed to be there. That little thing, and also when you resize the window, it kind of resizes it correctly. Yeah, see this this double border here? That's a bug. And it looks like that's a bug there too with all these quotes. I guess I have a bug when I have two maps. Only one of them can move around. That's not correct. Looks like it's also, oh wait, am I in wide mode? Nope. I guess it's the map area is shorter than it has to be. Or no, actually, I guess it's not, because those are too wide. Invisible majority says yes. I just downloaded. Cool retro term from the Software Center. Neat. Okay, that looks like that works. That is, that's great. That's actually a significant refactoring step. Okay, the objective of what I just did was to get all of this stuff into this class out of the other client block model context class. So that way I can do I can centralize all of the thread, like the thread and frame management in one place, and I can put some wrappers around it for concurrency. So now I have to also start thinking about how to kind of make this generic. So I'll probably have like messages. Probably messages from the client. They give instructions on how to, on what specific operations should be done to move around frames and see if this still works. Now I'm at a state where I don't really know how I should make this work next. Let me think. So I want to add, so in the future there's going to be a need for, like there'll be the inventory, this is the map area, this is the inventory. There could be like any number of other windows, like a crafting window, equipment window, recipes, spells, or whatever kind of stuff. So the ideal model would be, right now I have escape to open help. I guess I'll probably change that behavior. So escape will maybe open like an overlay or something. And then I'll have like a menu. It's just like a open close frame, open frame. So close frame would be, I guess, easy. Then when you open a frame, there's a necessity to know where you're putting the frame. So basically the UI is it's effectively a tree. And then I'd also like to, it's probably not too difficult to add, like a feature to add to increase the size of the frames. So if you want to like make the boundary of the map area go down and up, that'll be possible. Now this help menu will probably be another source of interference in how the frames are printed. I'm going to need some way to, like this kind of like option menu is up. When it's gone, I'm going to need to display what was behind it. So many design issues to think about. That's random. I fix the other one each time. There's something about watching someone write software. I know the path, and I don't want to pretendly experience. So it's not like I'm with you the way I would be if this was Pac-Man. Kind of sad. Oh, I know the pain. When you get famous, can you give me a shout out? I'll try if I remember. I just noticed I have a bug. It seems to update the opposite one each time. Oh, the second one, first one, second one, second one. Oops. Okay. Interesting. Has chat helped you debug anything? Chat sometimes gives I've had at least a few very useful suggestions on like how to use the IDE and stuff better. That doesn't crash. I guess what I could do is the easiest thing would be when the menu is active, just tell all frames to update, and then just kind of dumbly print. It'd be kind of wasteful, but I could just let all the frames print naturally, so they all have need to do a repaint. And then do a print the menu over top. Hey Robert, what are you doing? I'm thinking about how to complete the next step. So I just completed a bunch of refactoring work, which was to move a bunch of this code into the console writer thread state class. Last night it was where I wanted to fix a bug about how the frames are printing. There's a synchronization thing, and then I realized I should probably do that after I actually make this kind of a bit more generic, so you can like generically add frames to the UI, because that's going to require some concurrency management stuff. So thinking about that, and I moved all this code into here, into this class, which was a bit of work. I had to change the message, how the messages are passed. So I completed that, and now the next task is to think about, I guess, the primitive instructions that I need to start sending from the I guess either from the client, or I also have to think about where do those events get picked up. Oh yeah, so I'll bind it to the escape button. So when you escape, like a selection menu will show up. And that'll be good. Then I can finally have like an actual obvious instruction for how to quit the game. So you press escape, and then it'll be like, do you want to add a frame, quit, whatever. Can you change the Y chord? Yes, you can. Yeah, the X button and the space bar to go up and down. Generically line wrap. It's a game sounds like. I'm not sure what you mean by that. The look of the game. Here's a view of what the game looks like with a bunch of blocks and stuff. part of this change is to eventually fix some of the like drawing concurrency issues, but I'm gonna have even more drawing concurrency issues if I add an overlay frame or like an overlay menu. You know, I guess I could basically consider so I basically kind of have like a double buffering thing going on. With this yeah, actually, you know, that might work. That's probably a good way to do it. So this thing here writes to the like saved memory of what's going to be on screen. So it just keeps track of what's being written. So I could basically take this, put this into like its own class. I just call it like a screen buffer class or something. And then I'll have two screen buffers. And so then when I actually do the update, so then I can just do these write prepare terminal text change. Then I can just check what's on the if there's anything in the top buffer. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. although that may cause issues for multi-column characters. Actually, you know what, it probably won't. Fast Past 93 says, hey, how's it going? Convince me to donate. Tell me about yourself. Yourself is a word to refer to you as a noun. That is an accurate response to what I said. Now the question is, what should my follow-up to that be? It's definitely a precise response to my question. Other than that, unless I have more specific information about you, it's hard to convince someone if you don't know much about them. I am programming a terminal-based block mining simulation game that looks like this. It's a terminal-based game where you spam the M key and mine blocks. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the $2. What is this button with the dollar sign? I guess that's probably the button you click to give super chats. All right, when you dominate the world, don't forget me. I won't. I'll make sure to print out your username and I'll pin it to my wall here. Thank you. Killer Queen has already touched the $sign button. I'm not quite sure what that means, but thank you very much. Let me try to pronounce your name. Yoshikage Kira. It's a JoJo reference. JoJo is an anime, if I'm not mistaken. I've never watched an anime, but it's kind of amazing how many like references there are to anime in like it seems like every computer programmer, at least on YouTube anyway, is really into anime. And I guess Hatsune Miku is not an anime thing, but I have a feeling that if any like Japanese culture stuff that I incorporate in the future videos will probably be popular. I'll have to get some more of those figurines. Fun fact, part 7 JoJo main villain is the US president. Nice. Part 7 JoJo. When was that produced? I'm curious if it's like relevant to current events or. Next project, create an anime. I need to finish this game first. I think the thing to do would be once the game is better, I'll put like anime stuff in it. Let's see. So the next thing I guess will be what if you wrote C++, but you were such a massive weeb, you alias everything to concepts in anime meta? That's a thing that I could do, but I probably won't do that. But I bet there's people who do that. Manga has always been there for a while, but anime just got announced. Yeah, I guess I honestly I don't even know what the definition of manga is versus anime. Anime is the art style, but it doesn't have anything to do with current events. Time.sleep equals ZA Warudo. I'm not sure what that means. Manga's like comics. Anime is its animation adaptation. Okay. Yeah, Japanese culture is like it's never something I've been interested in, but I guess because I get bombarded with it because of the associated every programmer's into it, I end up learning about it, and I get videos recommended to me. Japan seems to be like one of the few like remaining like culturally pure countries in the world. Every other country is their culture has been kind of like not even just in the last few years, but like for millennia, for hundreds of years, Japan has preserved their culture more than any other society. I wonder, how should I just make those public? I don't usually just make members public, but for this thing, and let's just get it working first, and then maybe. JoJo is interesting because the author took inspiration from Western culture. Like, for example, character names are based off rock bands and albums. Interesting. What are you coding? I am coding a terminal-based block mining simulation game that looks like this. So it's a game where you wander around an infinite procedurally generated universe and you spam the M key to mine blocks. Let's fix some errors. I finished all my final exams, graduating this week. Excellent. Now you can relax, you can get some snacks, and you can drink some sugary drinks, and you can play video games, and watch YouTube videos. Workplace send you a huge box of snacks. Excellent. This is like the best position to be in life. Yeah, I think that's like the state of peak happiness is immediately after completing an arduous task, or like right when you're about 99% there. Arrival fallacy will dog you. Friends You Network. Is the Friends You Network on LinkedIn all day long? Arrival fallacy. Is that like a common fallacy or something? I haven't heard of it before. All right, that works. It's the name of the feeling for, okay, I did it. Reach a big milestone. Now what? Yeah, that's kind of what I felt earlier in the stream when it's the fallacy of thinking you will feel some great euphoria arbitrarily. I mean, yeah, in my opinion, you do kind of feel a bit of a euphoria once you complete something that's difficult. I'm sure Convilius feels that way after completing his exam. Don't forget to add everyone on LinkedIn. That's good advice, actually, if you're just graduating now. Because if you wait a little while, like in 6 months, like right now you're like you're buddies with people, but then in 6 months, the conversion rate for people accepting your invitations, I'll be like, I didn't really know that guy. So people won't answer your connections. .500 connections. One of my friends got a job at an AI startup in Silicon Valley. I was really shocked. I guess they're hiring. That's the main thing everyone's hiring for now, so. Keep your Silicon Valley network so you can hopefully escape this country. I'm not sure if you're in Canada or not. I think of life as one long series of problems. Keep solving or game over. Keep your hopes down. From South Carolina. Okay. Well, at least if you don't get a Silicon Valley job, the weather down there is better than it is up here in Canada. True, North Carolina has nice mountains, even a ski slope. Is this Ubuntu 2004? I think this is actually an older version, maybe. I think I had to use the older version because the newest version doesn't work with my printer, so I need to keep at least one around that can work with it. Ever tried Suicide Linux? No, that's the one that, like, if you type something wrong, it like deletes itself or something, or it runs RMRF. It seems like it would be kind of like a nonsense joke idea. I feel that so deep. My single function. Oh, black white Canon is losing support. Yeah, it's actually I only use it for scanning documents, and it's very, very old now. But I think newer printers, like, there's all kinds of stupid stuff where, like, you have to buy ink in order to scan with it. I use an app on my phone to make PDFs with the OCR feature for copying text. Yeah, I could just take pictures of it and stuff, but if I want like a really like a good flat scan of a document, I always get a better result with the scanner. You may be surprised at how good post-processing camera pick can be for scanning with some of these apps. Yeah, I had historically I just used the scanner, but I did actually get lazy a few times. It just was like, let's use my my phone. Yeah, and I would imagine with all the AI stuff now, we're getting to the point where there's like really crazy features that exist that I didn't really even know existed, like Google Lens. You can like take a picture of something, and Google Lens will just like tell you about it and tell you what the object is. Like you can take a picture of like some random bird, and it'll be like, oh, this is the exact species and stuff. And I mean that's an incredible feature. That's the kind of feature that, you know, years ago, I would imagine someone pitched that as like a startup idea. It's an entire business model around like recognizing like one specific category of thing, like recognizing cars in photos or something. But now Google has that in the most generic way possible. Classification is like a solved problem now. It's mind-blowing. Yeah, and I mean, we haven't even like felt the effects of that yet. So that's gonna open up so many more like second order and third order effects of like training models and developing new AIs and stuff. The future is going to be interesting. All right, that looks like that works. All right. The next step will be let's make that 2. So now there's 2 levels. Sam sends $5. Does anyone really want American dollars anymore? I don't know. There's lots of demand. I keep hearing there's lots of people keep saying they're going to go off. They're going to not use the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency, but it's been increasing demands for the U.S. dollar recently. I don't know. I think the U.S. has a whole bunch of shenanigans, geopolitical, economic shenanigans they've got going on to prop up the value of their currency, and kind of like steal money from other economies. There's a whole bunch. There's like an economic crisis going on in Japan right now, and I think Japan actually holds a lot of like U.S. treasuries and stuff. aging plateau was predicted by Benjamin Franklin somehow. Economists working on models of infinite growth were always doomed. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know. I think like there's still a space for people. I guess it makes sense that growth would kind of surge up and down. But currently, it actually seems like, in my opinion, a lot of the we could still grow our economy. There's a lot of this self-limiting behavior. Current estimates, we top at 11 billion. I don't know. It almost seems like the expert wisdom on the street is always like when I was a kid, overpopulation. That was the thing we always talked about, and now we're talking about we're talking about population collapse. It's it can only be one or the other. And historically, there's like a shortage of software developers, so everyone should get a software engineering degree. And so we had a record number of enrollment of people going into software engineering, and now those people are graduating into this job market. And then, like right now, everyone's like, quit software engineering. The new thing is the skilled trades. Be a plumber, and now everyone's going to be a plumber. Then there's going to be too many plumbers. I mean, I also think it's like an information war going on between countries. Every country wants to convince every other country that, like, hey, you should like limit population growth and stop having kids. That's totally what you should do. Because then the other country can have all the resources. They can buy all the natural gas because they won't have competition. Oh, we got another super chat. I quit coffee recently. Here's one that I saved up. Oh, that's very thoughtful. from invisible mage ... Coffee's great. I kind of wish I could just drink coffee all day long. I wish I was younger. Then I could just I could drink coffee all day long, and I could stream 24 hours a day and write code on stream. I wish I had infinite life juice. Yeah, it sucks. This existence is finite. I mean, I remember years ago, back before I came to university, reading Ray Kurzweil's "The Singularity is Near." And he talked about how in the future we're gonna upload our consciousness to the internet and stuff. And technology is accelerating. And I mean, it is. Actually, honestly, AI is accelerating faster than he predicted. But unfortunately, all that intelligence seems to be used to basically steal money from people. And thus we have these insurance claim companies that just use faulty AI to figure out how to take people's money in insurance premiums. I'm glad that I'm almost middle-aged. Being young was fun, but being older is better now. I have self-control. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of benefits. It is pretty cool that I can just go buy a box of cookies and I can eat it, and no one can do anything about it. Okay, this will probably result in a bunch of errors. Because now every single write is going to have to specify a buffer index. Are you opening IntelliJ just to compile? I'm using it for the process of navigating the code is better in IntelliJ, but it's way more pleasant to write the code in Vim and then just compile it. I know this is going to give me a bunch of errors, so now I can just click on that, and then yeah, so it takes me right to the reference. Let's see. Okay, that's why, because I don't have. You know what? It's so unabashedly utilitarian. I'll allow it. Excellent. I'm glad that I have your permission. It's basically live coding ASMR. I guess that's the niche that I'm trying to occupy now. It's popular enough for the 17 people who are here. Aren't we paying cheddars the closest thing you have to a boss? Yeah, basically. But it's honestly it's a much better boss. I can rebel. I can like ban chatters and stuff. Like wouldn't it be great if you could just like moderate your boss? If your boss starts saying stuff you don't like, you'd be like, you better not say that again, or I'm gonna ban you. But of course, if you ban all your chatters, then you don't get any super chats. Already working on an AI program for that. Excellent. Let's see. Let's make Where's my member? It's not showing up. Console writer's write state. Dot. Did I write? My boss has an easy job. He does inventory and ordering. I'm literally working on an intelligent camera array that will do all that work for him. Interesting. Walmart does that, but they use long-range RFID for reliable inventory cameras. For reliable inventory. Cameras can be obstructed easily. Radio waves, not so much. That's interesting. We're getting like super. And in the future, if you want to steal stuff, it's going to require like, beaming like fake RFID signals. Hey, it's me, your boss. Get back to work. Oh, sorry, sir. Oh, geez. Now, why doesn't this work? Dot B. Okay, let's do that. And then save that, and then does this work? It doesn't. Oh, that's why. I did not make it static. Oh, there it goes. All right. I worked for Walmart's sushi departments. You're right. Yeah, Walmart does sushi. I never really thought about that. Actually, I did used to, back when I went there, they did have like they made California rolls, and sometimes I got them on sale. Now that might compile and work. All right, that looks like it does work. Copilot can't write commit messages to save its life. Interesting. Yeah, AI is getting good, but it seems to still have a persistent lack of like context. Still does like I watched a YouTube video yesterday about someone went very in depth doing vibe coding, and they said it was able to do some like impressive stuff, but basically like after they would tell it to like fix a bug, and then would actually fix it, and then they would keep reintroducing the same bug over and over again, like later in the vibe coding session. And then at the end, the AI would keep adding all these like irrelevant comments, and then later it was like, please remove all these comments, and it was not able to do it. But apparently, like the original task he sought out to do, it was something about like I forget what the name of it. It was like a wandering ant algorithm. It was like one of those. You start off with like a generating rule function, kind of like those. Cellular automata, is that the right name? Like for Conway's Game of Life, one of those type things. Okay, we are now okay, I think the approach. Yeah, so print terminal text changes. do my own implementation of Conway's game for a long time. What are you making? I'm working on a terminal-based block mining simulation game. It's a game that you play in the terminal, where you wander around an infinite procedurally generated universe, spamming the M key, mining blocks, and it works in the Linux terminal. Yep, it's definitely pretty cool. There's a link to the GitHub in the description, I think. Awesome. So if you had to make a pizza with the worst ingredients, what would you make it with? You would make it with Java? That's a pretty arbitrary question. A lot of people don't like pineapple pizza, I guess. So I guess the answer is pineapple. You go with the anchovies, pineapple, ham, and jalapenos. I don't know, some people might like that. I don't think I've ever had anchovies on pizza before. You say kiwi and banana pizza. I don't know, kiwis are good independently, I guess, but anchovies on pizza is a disgrace. Tried it once. Every time I hear the word anchovies, I just think it reminds me of this one. There's an episode of Futurama, I think, where he's trying to find he really likes anchovies on pizza and he can't find them because in the future they don't have any. they were extinct or something. I can't remember what happened in the episode. Zoidberg's species had eaten all the anchovies, and then the characters found the last 10 of anchovies ever. Then the oil company wanted to destroy it because it could be used to make superior oil. Oh, okay. I wonder if there are any Italians here. Then they found out the characters just intended to eat them. So they were like, okay. I saw a brownie pizza at a restaurant. Yeah, I don't know, calling a brownie a pizza. I mean, at that point, you're kind of just lying. It's not even a pizza. Oh, I saw my menu show up for an instant, but I think I'm gonna have to figure out a smarter way to make it not get cleared. It was layered and formatted like a pizza. It had layers. That's an interesting philosophical question. What is the definition of a pizza? Can anything be a pizza? Actually, let me think about. Excellent. That's what I wanted it to do. Oh, nice. It's like my thing that I'm doing actually works. Although I guess there's some issues with the background color, but nice. I think it has to do with the spirit of the dish. You wouldn't call calzone an inside out, what? An inside out pizza. A calzone. What's a calzone? guess there's a bug in there with the last used color codes. My inner 25% Italian is fuming right now. You don't know what a calzone is? Inside out pizza. Never had one, never heard of one. I'm here for the feet. The feet are next door. I would not call the topology of a pizza inside out or inside in, but more of an open flat. And a calzone closed, bounded. You should get a freaking calzone, man. It's like putting a bunch of pizzas inside of a pizza. I don't think I've ever seen that as a menu item. There's different calzones. If you don't like marinara sauce, actually, you know what? Putting a pizza in a pizza, that sounds pretty good. Now I just gotta figure out why these color codes are not changing. They're not updating like they're supposed to. Now that you know of it, you'll see and hear the word calzone everywhere. Interesting. I've never heard of that. Ever had a pizza? I had a pizza today. You gotta be North Korean to never have had pizza. They probably even have pizza in North Korea. It's weird why the color codes are messing up. Don't forget us when you dominate the entire world. I won't. I'll make sure to print off everyone's name. Some weirdness going on with the UI. Son of a gun, there are restaurants in North Korea that have pizza. Yeah, pizzas. Pizza is universal. 2D Minecraft. Now, if I can just figure out why this something is messed up with it's not like it's setting the background color here, but it's not correctly transitioning the color. Wish you the best of luck on world domination, my friend. Thank you. We need more dominators in this world. Well said. Everyone's just ignoring all the problems, waiting for someone else to solve them. I can I can just figure out why this color transition isn't working. There's no reason for it not to. It has something to do with so it's like it's getting through here. What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to compare the last used set of color codes against what I previously used. And if that's different, well, actually, it's using both here. So it's got underlined and yellow and red. I guess. Oh, I think maybe. I think it maybe just needs reset. Insert name here says good. figure out why that there's a chunk missing out of the UI every time now. Okay, that does not have issues. I wonder if maybe it's because I'm not explicitly setting bold, underline. I'm not sure if that'll work, but let's try it. Tom McBoatface says, Hi Robert, how are you doing? I'm doing all right. I got a decent amount of work done in the stream, and I'm about to test if a fix I just made might work. That fixed the corruption of the background color, but it also resets it. Interesting. If I could super chat a calzone into your hands, I would. That's very generous of you. Awesome. Are you making a Dwarf Fortress kind of game? Yeah, I would say the visual aspect of it is. I think the mainly I'm just kind of skimping out on the interface, and since most of my audience is already interested in and familiar with command line stuff, I think it makes sense to make the user interface command line, and then eventually, if if I get it better, then I can add like fancy graphics and all kinds of stuff. I'm going to ask why you made your business a corporation instead of an LLC. But I looked it up. Apparently, corporation is the closest thing to an LLC in Canada. Yeah, I don't even know if there's I don't know if you can do an LLC here, but yeah, I just made like a basic corporation to for tax purposes and stuff, and you need like a special business bank account for a bunch of stuff, so. But using a reset doesn't work in combination with other stuff. There must be probably in the help menu. There's somewhere else where I'm maybe missing a background color. I guess I'll have to look up my ANSI things. Maybe there's multiple resets. Would you ship a terminal emulator like PGY-XIS alongside your game for ease of use? The idea is it should be able to work in like a regular terminal, like GNOME terminal or Tmux or that is interesting. think that may be it for tonight. This was a productive live stream. I'll probably be doing the same thing tomorrow. All right, see you later, guys.